Check. And welcome everybody to another edition of Dodgers Baseball. Hola and konnichiwa. Los Angeles Dodgers are at the Philadelphia Phillies again today. Game 3 of a 3-game series, and it's going to be played once again at Citizens Bank Park. But welcome to LA Press Box, your live companion for Dodgers baseball. Whether you're blacked out, away from television, or simply looking for another way to experience today's game, you've come to the right place. We'll bring you the live reaction, analysis, statistical trends, and the biggest developments from the first pitch through the final out. Today's game is a rubbers match of the 3-game series after the Dodgers answered Monday's 10-7 loss with a gritty 2-1 victory yesterday. Max Muncy's 2-run home run in the 4th inning flipped things around and proved to be the difference, with Justin Robleski pitching another gem, only giving up 1 run on 6 1/3 innings. The Dodgers also received another outstanding effort from the middle relief and the closing staff, and I can say that I was wrong. I thought that Dave Roberts made a substitution too early, and this is why he gets paid a little more money than I do. As far as the season trends go, the Los Angeles Dodgers have been one of the most complete teams in Major League Baseball this season. The batting average is 2nd in the major leagues, home runs 6th in the major leagues, RBIs 3rd, and their team ERA is 3rd in all of baseball. LA's paired one of baseball's deepest lineups with that elite pitching, and that's allowed the Dodgers to win both offensive shootouts and low-scoring pitcher duels. They regained the best record in the majors yesterday by winning that game and seeing the Milwaukee Brewers lose. As far as the Phillies go, they remain one of the National League's top contenders thanks to their power and experienced roster. Their batting average is 23rd in the majors, home runs 8th, RBI 17th, and the team ERA is 15th. They are actually built around power, not so much not so much batting average. And that's one of the things that we saw in the first game. They struck the Dodgers early and often for 5 home runs. And so we'll see what today's final game looks like, whether it's going to be another scoring fest like the first game, which was 10-7, or yesterday's low-scoring affair at 2-1. As far as today's pitching matchup, the Dodgers are going to roll out left-handed pitcher Eric Lauer, who they traded for from Toronto, and it's been really almost a miraculous turnaround. His ERA is 4.81, but that's almost half of what it was when he was playing in Canada. His record's 4-5. Lauer's settled into the Dodgers rotation. He's given LA valuable innings during the second half of the season early on, and he'll be challenged by one of the National League's most dangerous lineups. But he's going to be keeping the Phillies' power in check if he's going to expect to get a win or any kind of success. As far as the Phillies go, they're going to be starting Aaron Nola, who's 3-7, and his ERA is higher than Lauer's at a 5.68 clip. Although his numbers are well above his career standards, he is a veteran, and he's one of baseball's most accomplished starters, and he does have command and ability, so we'll see what surfaces today. As far as the season series goes, the first time these two teams had a series, it was at Dodger Stadium, and Dodgers won 2 of 3, so of course they're hoping to do the same thing here. We're going to talk a little bit more about injuries, as we often do, before the first pitch. But this is the time when we always take you to the lineups, and we're going to do just that. First, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expand this for you. So you can see it a little bit better. And so, as you can see, the odds right now are with the Dodgers. They are favored 60% to 40%. You can also see the offensive leaders for both teams here. Shohei Ohtani with 22 home runs and a 287 average, although he has not looked very good lately. And he's really been opening up in his stance, leaning back on his heels and turning his head as he swings. So we'll see if he can fix that somehow today. It's interesting because you take Shohei Ohtani's power and his relatively high performance in that category and compare it to Kyle Schwarber. And Schwarber's producing home runs at a 50% greater clip. He has 33 of them, and he's actually leading the major leagues in home runs. We're going to see how that measures up against Lauer today. As far as RBIs, though, Pages has 68. And of course, Schwarber, with so much power, is leading the Phillies, but he's not the only person with that power. As far as the Dodgers lineup goes today, Shohei Ohtani will be leading off in his DH spot customarily. And the good news is that he was able to throw some today. So we don't know for sure when and if he will return to the pitching rotation. But that's a good sign, both from a pitching standpoint and hopefully a hitting standpoint, because he's had some knee inflammation. Andy Pages, as usual, will be in the second spot in center field. Freddie Freeman will be at first base in his usual third spot, although he was switched recently to fourth. Max Muncy's going to take over that position today. We'll also see if there are any adventures with him in the infield. Yesterday, he seemed to misjudge another ball, and I've been saying it looks like the last couple of weeks something is off with his eyesight. I don't know. But at the same time, he made a couple of really good plays from third base, and a really crucial one as part of a group effort to turn an unusual double play and end yesterday's game. You watched it or followed along at all, the Dodgers were, of course, clinging to a really tight lead, a 2-1 lead for the last several innings. And with one out and a runner on first and third, the Dodgers had a ground ball hit to Muncy at third base, and the runner at that point at third tried to go home. He threw it to Dalton Rushing. Rushing ran at him and forced a pickle, and then a play at third base as Mookie Betts covered in behind Max Muncy. And at that point, as that was going down, Dalton Rushing also pointed to second to indicate to Mookie that the runner from first was trying to go to second. And after the tag at third, they threw to second where Tommy Edman was waiting and was able to make the tag for the double play. So a really exciting end to that game. And really, even though the Dodgers were trailing significantly 2 games ago, they made a late push and had some explosion in their lineup late to make a game of it, even though they ended up losing by 3. So we expect another exciting game today. Kyle Tucker is going to be following Mookie Betts, who's batting 5th, Tucker's 6th. Then Teo Hernandez is back in the lineup after that in left field, followed by Tommy Edman at second base, and then Dalton Rushing at catcher. As far as the Phillies lineup, Trey Turner, always dangerous, who really took it out on the Dodgers the first game and hit 2 home runs, is the first up for them at shortstop. And after getting booed in the first game with a couple of flubs on the defensive side of the ledger, yesterday made a couple of fantastic plays from shortstop. Second in the lineup for them is Kyle Schwarber, the DH, followed by Bryce Harper, always dangerous, future Hall of Famer potentially at first base. Then Bohm at third, Sosa in left field, Hill at center, and De La Cruz in right field, followed up by Stott in the 8th spot playing second, and Marchand as the catcher. And as always, with a minute or 2 left before the first pitch, we're going to go ahead and load up the software to give you some 3D insights. And this is the perfect time to get a drink, your favorite snack, and get settled in. Always key to be in position at the start of the game when Shohei Ohtani is looming and getting ready to be the first batter for the Dodgers. For those of you that were patient yesterday, maybe joined us on time and then had to step away and come back, we appreciate that with the 1 hour rain delay that happened to Philadelphia. But no such issue today. The sun is out and it'll be setting probably in the next hour or so there. Aaron Nola getting warmed up. He's allowed 23 home runs on this season. 2 home runs for every 9 innings he's pitched. And that is the second most in the National League. Not something you want to be highly ranked for. There's a 3D. Talking last night about how when you get worried about the outcome, in case you're a Dodgers fan like most of us are, and you're worried that they're going to lose, it makes it that much more fun when they don't. And it's interesting because now, after the long and questionable rain delay yesterday, I appreciate, after that somewhat negative experience, being able to start on time. And you can see in the 3D sky that the weather looks much better today. So Shohei Ohtani climbing into the box, getting ready to start us off with 22 home runs on the season. And career-wise, he's hit, it's either 25 or 26 leading off like this. So buckle in. And the first pitch on the way, and he lines to first base right away, but right to the first baseman, and 1 away. Bryce Harper, I don't think, even had to take a step. Next up, Andy Pages, batting .269 with 17 home runs, fresh off his first ever All-Star appearance. Looks at the first pitch right on the edge for a strike, 0-1. Andy walking around a little bit, trying to center himself mentally. And back into the box. And low and outside. Out now is 1-1. Next pitch, right on the edge, called a strike. This is going to be super close. I wonder if we can actually see where it was. Andy's going to challenge it. Based on the technology, it looks like he's going to be correct, and he is. Successful challenge by Andy Pages. He challenged early yesterday too and lost that challenge. I don't like challenges taking place this early in the game. But fortunately he was successful and he turned a 1-2 count around to 2-1. Next pitch outside, check swing. And I think they're going to say he went. And yes, he did. Now the count's 2-2 to Andy. Next pitch, swung on and missed. And Pages goes down swinging for the second out of the inning. So next up, Freddie Freeman, who in his last 8 games has only batted 183. And the first pitch misses low for ball 1-0. Freddie has 15 home runs on the season. And the next pitch catches the bottom edge for strike 1-1. Next pitch, grounded to second base. And picked up by Stott and thrown to first base for the third out of the inning. So 1-2-3 for the Phillies. And after their first at bat, the Dodgers are scoreless and the Phillies are coming up. So Eric Lauer takes the mound. And he's facing the ever dangerous Trey Turner, one of many batters with power in the Phillies lineup. And that one catches the edge, and the early count for Trey Turner is 1-1. Turner got booed 2 nights ago by his own fans with a couple of miscues. And one reason is probably not just because he made an error or two in that game, but that he is tied for the most errors by shortstop in the league. That one misses and he falls out a little bit. So the next pitch on the way, and Lauer catches it behind his back. It was not a line drive, it was hit into the ground first, but what a play by Lauer. Reached behind his back, picked it up nonchalant, and threw to first base for the out. And one away. That brings up Kyle Schwarber. Leading the league in home runs, as we said in the overview, 33. And Schwarber gets started with a strike. Make that 2. And now the count on Schwarber is 0-2. Next pitch on the way, swung on and hit into right center, and that's going to drop for a base hit. So the Phillies have their first hit of the game. And that's going to bring up Bryce Harper. Harper was part of the lone Philly run that scored last night. He came up in the first inning, hit a double, and then was singled home. But that was it for the Phillies the rest of the night. Justin Robleski was outstanding. And the middle relievers and the closers did the job that they were supposed to do. The next pitch is fouled off, and now the count's 1-1. Lauer checks first and deals, and another foul to the left side, and now the count's 1-2. Be great to get a ground ball into a double play or a strikeout, of course. Next pitch misses outside for a ball. It's 2-2. As you can see, Lauer working all around the strike zone right now. And the next pitch high, and Harper can't catch up to it, and that's strike 3. First strikeout of the game for Lauer. And the first pitch to Bohm is outside. Bohm's been on a roll in this series. The ball very well. And the pitch to Bohm is struck hard and deep to left field. It's carrying, and Teoscar Hernandez is not even going to make a play on it because it is well over the fence. And the Phillies, just like that, are up 2-0. And Lauer's shaking his head about that one. So that'll bring up Sosa now. And this is one of the things that Lauer is not good about, you know. This is a good matchup for the Phillies. I know we're favored statistically right now. But even though Lauer's been much better since we acquired him from Toronto, he has a knack for giving up the home run, and the Phillies have a knack for hitting home runs. Early count to Sosa is 1-1. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Next pitch on the way and fouled off. And the count remains. Pitch to Sosa is grounded to short. Mookie Betts picks it up and hardly had to move to get it, and throws to first for the third out of the inning. But the Phillies strike first blood, thanks to the home run by Bohm. And at the end of 1, it's the Dodgers 0 and the Phillies 2. So Max Muncy comes up in the 4th position for his first look at Nola today. And the first pitch from Nola is in there for a strike. Next pitch is outside, and the count is 1-1. And the next pitch, check swing, and it gets almost got Mookie Betts on deck. This is what all the commotion's about. I don't know that we can see it here with the 3D. They're trying to come over here and check to make sure that Mookie's okay. He kind of fell down to avoid the ball. It was good he was paying attention. We can't see it over there. Dave Roberts came out right away to make sure that Mookie was okay. He thought maybe he got blasted in the head. The cameraman didn't catch it in time, so we don't get the extra drama. And with a 1-2 pitch, Muncy chases low. Could have been distracted by what almost happened to Mookie Betts. And strikes out. So now Mookie comes up, batting 5th, with a .234 average. And on Monday night, he hit 2 home runs. Yesterday it was more quiet, although having 2 home runs and 4 hits in 1 game is not something that anybody really does with a regular. And swings at the first pitch and hits it pretty deep to left center, but caught for the 3rd out of the inning. Oh, sorry about that. That's the second one. I even got distracted by that header that Mookie almost took on deck. So Nola doing a good job against the Dodgers so far. And now Tucker comes up in the position he's normally been playing. Dave Roberts has tried to give him a little bit of rest, more so mentally from the game, as he's been grinding in the late part of the first half of the season and struggling somewhat at the plate. Although his body language looks better now than it was before. When he's been in the lineup, he's come in at the 6th spot. He's batting .238 on the season and only 7 home runs. And the early count to Tucker is 1-1. And the next pitch misses inside for a ball, 2-1. And the next pitch is swung on and hit to center field. And the center fielder's on the run, but makes the catch over his right shoulder. And so 6 batters have faced Nola so far, who hasn't won a game in his last 9 appearances. But those 6 batters have all been retired. So Lauer already gives up a home run after the hit by Schwarber. And the Dodgers are down early. But if we know anything from the first 2 games, The story has yet to be written. Every time we think that we know what's going to happen, at least most people, find out that there are twists and turns around every corner. Last night, the first time in 90 years, I've been wrong. So even I get humbled sometimes. So Lauer back up to the mound, and he's going to face Hill. And Hill's walking off already because the 3D was a little bit late. And what happened was he fouled the first pitch over by Freddie Freeman. Freeman made the catch, and now suddenly there's already one away. So now De La Cruz comes up in the 7th spot. One thing I will say about some of the Dodgers starters recently, the last few weeks, the ones that struggle. Talking about Roki Sasaki, for example, he's a good example. They have struggled early, and then they've kind of settled in there, and I think part of that is a sign of good coaching. And so I'm a little less worried, even though of course you'd never want to see your team give up a 2-run home run in the first inning. And now the early count to De La Cruz is 2-1. Next pitch on the way is outside. And now Lauer, that's a 3-1 count on De La Cruz. And make that 4 balls. And so now De La Cruz is going to take first base. So now Stott's going to come up, and every one of these hitters that the Phillies have can do damage. He has a 251 average, and he's hit 7 home runs on the season. And the first pitch is in there for a strike, counts 0-1. Check the lead over here at first. Past the cut, just a little bit. And the next pitch is high for a ball, counts 1-1. Lauer looks over to first and actually throws there to keep him honest. It's always easier to do as a left-handed thrower because you can look straight over there, and then your knee can come up, and instead of that front knee going straight home, you can just go straight to first base. So much more difficult to be a right-handed pitcher and do a quick turnaround, try to throw somebody out at first that you think has too big a lead. Although a lot of times, most of the time in fact, they're just throwing over there to try to keep that lead minimal, and also make that runner who might be thinking about trying to get a small edge double think whether to do so. So now the count's 1-2. And the next pitch misses low and outside. Now the count's even. Stott has 42 RBI on the season. Such an amazing ending to last night's game. If you missed it, I'll recap it for you again during the break. 2-2 pitch fouled off, and the count remains 2-2. The And Lauer throws to first again. You know, the thing about this is, and this is when I say the first cut, so if you see like this little half moon, this little circle right here, I usually take this corner to try to judge whether or not they have a big lead or not. If they're inside of that corner, oh, now he's outside of the corner. He's jumping around as the next pitch is fouled off. If they're at or inside that corner, that's not much of a lead. I think it's a moderate lead. But if they're past that cut, they're really trying to stretch how far they can be off the base before it's time to actually run. And an old saying in sports is it's a game of inches. And the next pitch is up high, and Stott swings for strike 3. And in some cases, and it's not just baseball, it could be all kinds of different sports, right? You can say a sport or sports in general is a game of inch. So if Lauer throwing over to first tightens that lead by an inch or two, and who knows what kind of play at another base is going to make the difference. In fact, we had a play last night. If you watched and you were listening, as the early count is now 1-1 to Marchand. He's the ninth hitter. Where Elizondo Alfonso, the starting catcher for us last night, was, and he's a rookie, you know, but he, on a hit by Shohei Ohtani, tried to score from second base. And when he got to home plate, he stayed up. He did not slide, and he actually slowed down just a hair as he crossed over. And this one's hit deep to left field, but Oscar Hernandez makes the catch easily. And 3 away there. But what happened was, because he did not run full speed or even slide full speed into home plate, that created a couple of inches of opportunity. And what happened with Shohei was he had a clear base hit. He was credited in the stats for a base hit, but I mean, that's not a huge deal. And he thought that he could book it and get to second base on a double. And he tried, and he got tagged out. And when you looked at the replay, he was clearly out. I mean, he wasn't out by a mile, but he was out. And what happens is, if it's not a force out, meaning that Shohei did not have to run, he chose to run, then it's kind of a race to see what can happen first. So whoever either crosses the home plate or makes the tag is essentially the winner of that battle. And what happened was, in the case of a couple of inches, Shohei got tagged a fraction of a second before Alfonso crossed home plate. And it took them a while to do the replay. In fact, they called Alfonso safe. And then the Phillies challenged. This is early in the game. This is before we even scored. We were down 1-0. And then after they confirmed that once they confirmed that Shohei was out, then they looked at both of those screens and watched them in super slow motion side by side to see what happened. And then the call was overturned based on the challenge. And it was a good challenge. Almost was the difference in the game. And then at the end of the game, it was also a game of inches. Because what happened with the Phillies threatening, having runners at second and third, is they grounded to third base where Max Muncy was, and the runner there tried to go, didn't have to, he wasn't forced to run. As Teoscar Hernandez comes up for the Dodgers to start this battle. And so Max Muncy immediately, because there's only one out, threw home to Dalton Rushing, who had been subbed in as catcher at that point. First pitch is in there for a strike. And so they get him in a rundown. They get him in a pickle. Mookie Betts covers third. so that Dalton Rushing, as he's running that runner back to third, can throw to him. He makes a tag, and as he's making the tag, Dalton Rushing also says, throw to second base, because the runner at first, as he could see, Mookie couldn't see it out of the back of his head. He doesn't have eyes back there. He said, throw to second, and he did, and Tommy Edman was covering second, and that tag was made by like an inch or two. And if we don't make that tag, thanks to good defensive teamwork, who knows if we win that game or not. So this is part of, for me, one of the reasons I love sports. Because effort can overcome a lot and make a difference in the outcome. And now the early count to Teoscar Hernandez is 2-1. Teo really struggling lately. In the last month, hitting less than 100. Good to see you again, RC Mac. Don't sweat it. I like all your comments. Teo fouls that one off. Count now is full. When I say RC Mac, I think it's R Mac. So no outs. And speaking of Hernandez's, the word is that Kike Hernandez is getting closer and closer to rejoining the Dodgers lineup. In the interview before today's game, Dave Roberts was saying maybe 3 or 4 more games for him in Oklahoma City to make sure he's healthy before they pull him back up. And he'd be a sight for sore eyes. So would a hit for Teoscar, but he goes down swinging again, looking lost. He's looking absolutely lost. Was it even close? Pitch wasn't close, and neither was Teo. So that'll bring up Tommy Edman, who's been the opposite of Teoscar. He's batting .341. And he's batting left because he's a switch hitter. And he wants to be the opposite of however the pitcher's throwing, so he can pick up the ball out of his hand just a fraction of a second quicker. So far, Nola, though, has the Dodgers' number. And the next pitch is hit deep to left. The catch is made, and 2 away now. So that'll bring up Dalton Rushing. Rushing is 0 for the last 12 at-bats, and 9 of those are strikeouts. And he is another batter that has just not looked good. And part of it is just uncertainty and staring at balls sometimes for strike 3 that were in the strike zone. Doesn't even try to protect the plate if it's close. The first lesson that they teach you in Little League Baseball. Fouls that one off, which was out of the strike zone, and now the count is 0-2. Next one misses just high. Check swing did not go, so now the count's 1-2. Trying to get on base for Shohei Ohtani, who's on deck, of course. Next pitch misses low. 2-2. This has got to be a pitcher that we can get to. He has an ERA of over 6. Next pitch misses and bounces in the dirt, and now the count's full. So Dalton rushing. And the Dodgers trying to get started here. 2 outs. Next pitch is in the strike zone, and rushing, swings, and knocks it foul. And the next pitch on the way hits the full count ball deep. It's going just left of center. It's carrying, and it's gone. Home run for Dalton rushing. Breaks this hitless streak. 0 for 19 with a blast, and brings the Dodgers within 1. He's got power. He just has to connect. And speaking of connecting, Ohtani comes up, swings at the first pitch, and then grounds out to second. So 3 down. But rushing helps the Dodgers chip away at a modest 2-run lead and makes it only 1. And now we go to the middle of the third, and the Dodgers have 1, and the Phillies have 2. It's funny. One of the things that I'm thinking about is that catcher that was just out there catching and then walking off the field. I know this because I played catcher for a long time. That's a backup catcher. And the reason they look like they're walking off the field is because they did. They had to get out there and get Lauer warmed up. Lauer can't wait. And Dalton Rushing, who is the catcher, after that home run, had to hurry up and start putting on his gear. He had practically no time since Shohei Ohtani swung at the first pitch and ended the inning. It's funny what you remember from playing so many years ago. As Trey Turner comes up and fouls the first ball off. But I remember if that ever happened to me, like I'd have to go, hey, congrats, and now boom, shin guards on first. And then put the pads on from the bottom up from there. Next pitch on the way. And that one's also fouled down the left side. And the count's 0-2. Next pitch way outside for a ball. And now the count's 1-2. Make that another wide miss. Really a tall miss because it missed high. And the count's 2-2. Next pitch on the way from Lauer. It's just inside portion of the strike zone. Hit foul and high and out of play for Muncy at third base, about 4 rows back. Pitch misses outside for ball 3, and now the count's full. Next one also hit, but this one a lot further and deeper to left, and it's going to curve foul into the stands. No chance for Teoscar Hernandez to make a play on that ball. Although did have to kind of nervously exhale on that. So the count remains full. There's kind of a tricky wind that's blowing from left to right. Next pitch hit high again. And now Tommy Edmonds on the other side of second base, weaving back and forth, but makes the catch. And so 1 away at the bottom of the third. That brings up the ever dangerous Kyle Schwarber. And even though we have our share of home run hitters, we don't have anybody that's producing like Schwarber is. And that's why it's good to see such a stiff wind blowing across the field. Because if he hits one deep, then there's a good chance, if it's originally going to be close to going over, that it'll get pushed and it'll stay inside the ballpark. And the early count to Schwarber is 1-1. Next pitch on the way from Lauer to Schwarber. Misses just low for ball 2, 2-1. Fouled off the next pitch down the first base side. Counts 2-2. Schwarber's only hitting .250, but when he makes contact, it's dangerous, and he usually cashes in on the scoreboard. Next pitch misses outside, and now it's full count with Bryce Harper on deck. And the next pitch catches the edge of the strike zone for strike 3. And Schwarber goes down looking. Great pitch from Lauer. So now Bryce Harper up with 2 outs and nobody on. First pitch is fouled off. Strike one. Next pitch, big sweeping curveball. Swung and missed. Strike two. Two outs and two strikes. And the pitch on the way from Lauer. High, but fools Harper, who chases it for strike three, and another strikeout for Lauer. And at the end of three, it's the Dodgers 1 and the Phillies 2. So Andy Pages comes up, who's 0 for 1 so far, and on the season he's batting .268. And the first pitch is in there for a strike. Next pitch on the way from Nola. Swung on and fouled backwards and downwards into the home plate umpire. And now the count's 0-2. So Nola doing a good job, but of course gave up the home run to Dalton. And so hopefully the rest of the Dodgers can find a beat on him. Next pitch misses high for ball one, 1-2. Next pitch on the way to Andy. Swung on and hit deep into right center. They're going back to the warning track, and they're going to make the catch just short of it for the out. So pretty good contact by Andy, although the pitch was a little bit low, and so he had to reach for it and was not able to generate all the power that he wanted to. And just ended up being a long out. That'll bring up the 3-hitter, Freddie Freeman, who's 0 for 1 and still has his struggles. The thing that's scary, if you're an opponent, is that the Dodgers, as Freeman looks at the first pitch for a strike, has a traditionally very potent offense. Freddie Freeman's a perfect example. And most of these all-stars, a couple of potential future Hall of Famers, are really struggling, but they're still in first place in all baseball and lead Milwaukee for the best record by a half game since they won yesterday and Milwaukee lost. Early count to Freddie Freeman is 1-1. Next pitch also misses. Now the count's 2-1. Make it 3 balls. So 3-1 is an outstanding hitter's count. And he takes the next pitch and strikes it into the gap. And it looks like it's going to go all the way to the wall. Freddie Freeman's going for 2. And he's able to stand up there and do the Dodger dance. No way to make a play on him at second base. There we go. There we go, Freddie. So, Dodgers back in business with a runner at scoring position. And now Max Muncy comes up, who had a home run yesterday. That was the winning home run, as it turned out. And the first pitch from Nola to Muncy misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Left-handed batter on right-handed thrower. And the next pitch gets Muncy. Swings and misses at a ball that's just a tad low. And the next pitch is in there for a strike, and now it counts 1-2. Next pitch misses inside for ball 2, and now the count's even. Nola, the righty, checks second base and delivers home for ball 3. So, back-to-back 3-ball batters. 3-ball counts. Next pitch to Muncy. Swung on, it was a little bit inside. He hits it really deep, and the right fielder's going all the way back to the wall and makes the catch. And Freddie Freeman does not tag. I'm a little bit surprised about that. I mean, I know Freddie Freeman is not one of the fastest Dodgers. He's not speedy, but he's not lumberingly slow. It would have been nice to get the signal for him to tag up and go to third and make easier work for Mookie Betts to bring him home and tie up the game. So Betts, who had 2 home runs in the first game and a hit yesterday, looking to bring home Freddie Freeman. And if he does, it'd be nice to see the veterans coming back to life right now, as we're just getting underway with the second half of the season. Nola takes a peek at second, then delivers to Betts, who hits a check swing to first. And it's fair ball. Bryce Harper picks it up and steps on the bag for the third out of the inning. So anything but a productive at bat for Mookie Betts. And unfortunately, the Dodgers waste a one-out double from their future Hall of Famer, Freddie Freeman. And we go to the middle of the fourth, and the Dodgers have one, the Phillies two. Yeah, so I think that if Freddie Freeman had gone, he would have made it. That would have been a really long throw that would have required a cutoff assistance. But it ends up being a moot point since Mookie didn't do anything with the opportunity one way or another, whether it was a runner at second or not. So to start this turn, Lauer's going to face his early nemesis, Alec Boehm, who hit a home run with a runner on, and that's the difference in the game right now, 2-1. First pitch flips the inside of the strike zone. It's an 0-1 count to Boehm. Next pitch, inside, grounded to Max Muncy. Picks it up and throws to first in time for the out. Well, that was not an overly difficult ground ball, but it's still good to see Muncy not boot one and make a mistake. I'm still a little bit concerned about his eyesight because he was really good, I'd say, in the first 2/3 of the first half of the season, if that math makes any sense. As Sosa comes up and looks at the first ball outside. Because there were times where Max Muncy did not have to dive and did not have to sprint to try to field a ball in either direction. And sometimes his glove was too far in reaching for the ball. Let's just misjudge it as the second ball swung on and missed by Sosa. The 1-1 pitch to Sosa misses outside for ball 2, 2-1. So much better weather today. And you can see it there in the sky compared to us looking and wondering and hoping to be able to make it through yesterday's game as the next pitch misses high. First of all, we had the 1-hour rain delay. And secondly, once the game started, on TV, I was trying to judge how much rain was on the batters' helmets, how wet they looked, whether anything was dripping off the brim. You're trying to judge that to see the level of precipitation. As Sosa fouls the next one off, and now the count's full. Next pitch, a blast over third base. Max Muncy reaches and pegs that one, picks it up, gets it out of the glove quickly, and throws it all the way across the diamond for the out. Wow, what a great job by Max Muncy. And that throw was a full stride ahead of the runner. And some of that is a credit to Max Muncy's hard work in the offseason, being able to lose, I think, 20, 25 pounds. So that he's just more mobile and he's quicker. And two things, actually, really three things, super impressive about that. One was the fact that he got there in time and saved what could have been a double, easily been a double down the line and into the corner. The second thing was that he spun completely around. And then the arm strength to throw basically from out of bounds all the way across the diamond to Freddie Freeman. Great job, Max. That makes me a little less concerned about his eyesight, that's for sure. So that's going to bring up the sixth hitter, Hill, who's 0 for 1. And he's batting .250 on the season. And the next pitch misses inside. And the count's 1-1. And the next pitch is grounded to third, and Max Muncy picks it up and throws it easily to first. And it's the Max Muncy show this inning. Taking care of the Phillies and trotting off as his teammates look at him and say, "Good job," and then they sink into the turf. And at the end of 4, we're seeing Lauer stabilize like some of these other pitchers that were struggling, not the aces in the Dodgers lineup, and that's a good trend to continue. Hopefully he does that for the next couple of innings. And the score is 1-2. Wow, that's impressive. Look at Kyle Tucker catching warm-up and holding a bat in his hand. JK. So it looked last inning like maybe, just maybe, Nola was showing some weakness and his true stripes. But so far, all the Dodgers have been able to do is score 1 run on him. And just like that, we're to the top of the 5th. Hearts for Muncy. Amen. So now Tucker's really coming up. Not looking quite as clueless as Teoscar Hernandez. That's something to work with. In the second quarter of the season, before the All-Star break, there were times he was just shaking his head at the plate. He seems a little more confident, a little more hopeful now as he looks at the first pitch for a strike on 1. Next pitch on the way from Nola. Low and in the dirt for ball 1. Next pitch misses. Now the count runs to 2-1. 2-1 pitch on the way to Tucker. Swung on and hit relatively deep to center field, but just at the warning track, the catch is going to be made for the first out of the inning. And speaking of Teo, here he comes. You know, one of the things that's so difficult is to change in the middle of an athletic contest, right? So if you came into an athletic contest not feeling sharp, having bad habits, not feeling focused, it is extremely difficult to get on track once the game has begun, right? So that's why, I'm always looking for the first couple of batters of the game to see whether a pitcher has good control. And when it comes to hitting, I'm also looking at the body language and the judgment of the hitter. Teo did not look good last time he was up. Next pitch, contact is made. It's chopped and it's short. Turner comes up to get it. He bare hands the ball, throws to first, but not in time. Teoscar legs it out and was able to get to first base safely. And one thing about Teoscar's injury earlier in the season was he did a ton of running. And one of the things that I noticed, and it looks more or less still to be the case, as he flashes a big smile at the first baseman, Bryce, is that he came back really fit. You want to minimize the wear and tear on your body once the season starts. It's such a long season. But if you're not playing every day, like Teoscar wasn't, then you have the luxury, it's rehab is your exercise, kind of re-energizing yourself and not just running a bunch, but getting, a few extra workouts, a lot of extra workouts at the weight room. So he looked muscular and fit when he came back. And I think that paid off there because he was able to leg it. The difficult play for Trey Turner, but it was still contested, and Teo put pressure on him to hurry up. He actually had to field that ball in his bare hand and make the throw. So now Tommy Edman comes up. And the pitch from Nola is in there for a strike, and the early count to Edman is 2-1. Next pitch is low. They call it a strike. And Tommy Edman challenges. But the umpire said he challenged too late. And Dave Roberts is looking gobsmacked. He's looking at his coaches and going, "What? Are you kidding me?" I mean, he challenged at the max 1 second after that ball came in. And now you can see Edman kind of stepping out and going, "Okay, I got to get over that and go one pitch at a time and not let the emotion get to me." And that's part of what a professional does. Next pitch on the way, and Teo's running, and Tommy Edman shows professionalism by making good contact and driving it down the first base line. And now Teoscar Hernandez, with that extra speed and conditioning, goes all the way around from first to third. Wow, what a professional. So many things about Tommy Edman I love. And it all starts with your attitude, right? So he was a key piece. He's not a headliner. He's not somebody that gets the most attention. Shohei gets the attention. Yoshinobu gets the attention. Freddie Freeman gets the attention. There's plenty of other people to get attention over the course of the last 2 seasons as the Dodgers made their run to back-to-back championships. But Tommy Edman's been a crucial piece. Starting with his attitude. He'll do whatever it takes to help the team. He'll play whatever position Dave Roberts asks him to without complaints, and he'll do it well. He'll play in the outfield. He's a second baseman. He's an infielder by trade. But when he came back from his ankle surgery, as we see him slam dancing on the mound, Dave Roberts had him in left field to begin with. No problem. And all he's done since he's been back is have the highest batting average on the team. And that brings up Dalton rushing, as Nola stays in to face him and has to work through the nightmare that he had by giving up a home run to rushing before. Runners at first and third, and only one out. First pitch is fouled off by rushing. Counts 0-1. Don't hit into a double play here. If he doesn't, you know who's on deck. Nola throws to first base, and Tommy Edman kind of slide crawls back. Well within time. And like we were talking about before, the game is a matter of an inch or two sometimes, and this is what Nola's trying to do, is keep Tommy Edman, who's got some wheels, as close to that base as he can make them. And the next pitch is a little high and swung on and missed by Dalton rushing. So 1 out, runners at the corners. And the count to rushing is 0-2. Next pitch misses for a ball. Counts 1-2. Nola looks at third, peeks over his shoulder at first at Edman, and throws the next pitch inside. Two and two. As I said before, if you're a right-handed pitcher, that runner at first is in your blind spot. You can't see him. And so if you're going to throw to try to keep him close, you have to spin completely around. And this one is lined hard down the right field line by rushing. One run's going to score for sure. Tommy Edman might be trying to come around. He is being told to get down. There's a play at the plate. They don't show it on the 3D, but it looks like Edman is safe. Oh, that was hit perfectly in the corner. And such trouble created by Dalton rushing, who goes with a stand-up double and brings in 2 Dodgers. And now the score is 3-2. Ooh, and if you look at the top left corner of my screen, one of the things I love is I'm working on an interactive panel for you guys, a command center as I'm calling it. And the ESPN Game Day, Major League Baseball Game Day scoreboard updated after mine. So I'm kind of happy about that. I'm going to keep working on it, guys. It has player cards there. You can see what they've done over the course of the season and also earlier in the game. Really excited about it. Updated odds as the game goes along, and I'm really happy that I was struggling long and hard with the code to try to do that, make the game a lot more fun for you guys. So today's the first time I'm using it, and looks like there's no bugs. It's not quite complete yet, but that's an awesome thing. So 1 out, and they instantly walk Shohei Ohtani. No matter how much he's struggling, he's still Shohei Ohtani. And in my opinion, the greatest player of his generation. And now Andy Pages comes up with an opportunity as well. Early count to Pages is 2-0. Are the wheels finally falling off from Nola? Max Muncy has done a great job with the defense. And I'll see a lot of times, even in baseball, one side of the ball, so to speak, the offense and the defense, can kind of create energy for each other. And so maybe that's carrying over to the at-bats right now. But Dalton rushing definitely getting to Nola with a home run and crushed a double down the line to score 2 Dodgers. That pitch misses outside for ball 3. The runners at first and second with only 1 out. Count is 3-1. And the next pitch right on the outside edge. A nice pitch by Nola. Changeup catches Andy Pages swinging too early. And now it's full count. And the pitch from Nola to Pages. Swung on and grounded to third. Goes to second for 1 and turns it to first base as Bryce falls down, but maintains contact, and they turn 2. So the double play ends the inning. But the Dodgers finally take the lead. And we go to the middle of the 5th, and now the Dodgers have 3. The Phillies 2. Thanks for joining us at LA Press Box. Happy to be your live game companion. And I was asked in the chat as De La Cruz comes up to start this next bat around for the Phillies if I'm a computer nerd. I wish I could say I was. I'm not that skilled. I mean, have I dealt with code over time? Yes. I think I'm pretty tech savvy, that I'll say. But I cannot claim that mantle for myself. My son is a college-educated computer nerd. But I am a nerd. I proudly claim that. Athlete? Yes. Nerd? Sure. In fact, I'm a teacher nerd. So if you're somebody that has questions, we call that a teachable moment. And I love answering questions. So 2-1 is the early count to De La Cruz, and the pitch from Lauer swung on and hit very deep to center field. Andy Pajes is trying to make a play on it. Reedy's not going to quite pick this up, but he kind of got spun around one direction then the other, and it's gone for a home run. It's hard to say. I'm going to watch the replay here and see if he had a play. He had a chance. Oh, the top of his glove was hit. He started by turning over his right shoulder, then had to flip and turn around over his left shoulder. And, I mean, did he misjudge it? Sure. But, oh, now Stott hits it deep as well. And it's going to carry to the wall in right center, and Stott's going to go into second for a stand-up double. This is not what I would call a defensive miscue, although I've played outfield, not just catcher. And what people don't understand, whether it's baseball or even softball, for that matter, is when the ball comes off the bat, it curves. Fly balls curve. And so with the wind, especially, we talked about this, is a strong wind going on your screens from left to right. Andy probably took the perfect angle if there wasn't wind by starting by running back, turning to his right shoulder. But then once he started to see it curve and that wind got a hold of it, he had to spin around back to his left. And it was over the fence, right? But if he had judged that properly right away, he had a chance to steal that home run. But I'm not going to sit here and say he screwed up. That's a super difficult play to make. And maybe even only the most veteran players can make a play like that. So now a runner at second, the game tied. And Marchand squared around to bunt, and he miscontacts it, and Dalton Rushing sprints over into foul territory, and he makes the catch for the out. Good job, Dalton Rushing. I've been hard on Dalton, but I'll give credit where credit's due, and so far he's playing a great game today. So he makes that dearly needed out. And there's finally one away in the bottom of the fifth. Trey Turner's up. And he's got a runner at second. First pitch connects for a strike, and the count's 0-1. Next pitch fouled off for strike 2, 0-2. Next pitch after Lauer takes a peek at second base. On the way, misses low for a ball. Count now is 1-2 to Trey Turner. And there is warm-up activity in the Dodgers bullpen. So this looks to be the last inning for Lauer. The next pitch, contact down the left field side, but it curls foul before it gets to third base. The count is 1-2 to Turner. Turner, one of the all-stars in the league that once played for the Dodgers. Next pitch, also fouled away. Counts 1-2 to Turner. Only one out. We're on second. Pitch on the way, and it's high, but Turner swings and fouls it back, so the count remains. Lauer's now up to his 77th pitch. Next pitch misses, and now it's even count 2-2. Next pitch to Turner. It's inside and a little bit high. He swings anyway, makes really good contact, and it's going deep down the left field side and curling foul into the stands. Take a deep breath on that one, fans. Next pitch misses, and now the count's full. So quite the battle between Lauer and Turner. Next pitch in the strike zone, swung on by Turner, and flipped foul. 10 pitches in this one at bat. De La Cruz with the home run earlier, and Stott with a double as Lauer steps off the mound just to keep the runner at second honest. Only one out, and Stott stealing, but that one is connected and hit foul, and we got a little bit lucky on that one. If it was on the ground, Stott definitely would have taken third. If it was a base hit, he would have scored easily. And the next pitch fouled off. 8 fouls just in this one at bat. And Trey Turner just smiling. I don't know if Lauer's smiling. Everybody going, yeah, this is quite the long at bat. This is quite the battle. Next pitch on the way from Lauer. And it's grounded to third. Max Muncy gets it, and the runner was going, and you can see he tags him out. Stott was on the run. Did not make sure it got through before he went to third base. You got to do that as a base runner. And goofs up and puts himself in position to get tagged out by Muncy. And the Muncy show continues. So now 2 away. But oh boy, Kyle Schwarber coming up. Now, yesterday, I know, was the first time I've ever been wrong. So since it was the first time I've ever been wrong, I'm going to say today, conversely, that we might have wanted to bring somebody in at this point to face Schwarber. I'm not saying it's wrong to leave Lauer in there. But we'll see, because he's just got so much power. But Lauer's going to face him. And this one is struck, and it's hit into right field. Shallow right, and an easy catch is made by Tommy Edman. And so the inning is over. At the bottom of 5, now the Phillies pull even with the Dodgers, and the score is 3-3. So next turn at the plate for the Dodgers. It's going to start with Freddie Freeman and the 3-4-5 hitters. Freeman really struggled as of late, but hit a double the last time up. And now he's 1 for 2. So Nola's still in the game. Pitches to Freeman. And fouls the first pitch off. Oh, 1 pitch on the way to Freeman. And lines it to right field. It's going to roll to the wall. Freddie's going for 2. His helmet flies off, and he's going to slide into second and be safe from the tag. And he does the Dodger dance, the double D. And that'll bring up Max Muncy, yesterday's at-bat hero. See if he can turn the defensive Max Muncy show into two-sided coin today. Especially since he's got Freddie on second base, who represents the go-ahead run. And the first pitch is swung on, and it's going deep into center field. It's carrying, and it's over the wall for a home run. And the Muncy show continues, and Freddie Freeman crosses the plate in snail's pace. Here comes Max, as Freddie waits for him to congratulate him. And now the Dodgers go up by 2. Wow. Awesome. Great to see the power and the connection continue for Max, and also to see what might be Freddie Freeman waking up. And Nola's going to stay in there with a 5-3 score, and Mookie Betts coming up. And nobody out. Mookie looks at the first pitch for a strike, 0-1. Next pitch fouled off, and the count's 0-2. The Munsonator. I'm good with them keeping Nola in there. Now he's creeping closer to his ERA, which is what we kind of expected. Next pitch is grounded foul by Mookie Betts. And the words of the old famous Minnesota Vikings head football coach, Dennis Green, they are who we thought they were. And Nola's becoming Nola. Next pitch outside for a ball. Now the count's 2-2. And next pitch outside. Next pitch on the way from Nola to Betts. Held off. And you got to think we're going to chase Nola out of here pretty soon, which would be good news as Mookie looks at the next pitch low. Now the count's full, 3-2. Because their middle relievers are mediocre, very mediocre. Next pitch on the way to Betts. And he looks at strike 3. And it looks like that's going to be all for Nola, as the Dodgers touch him up here to go up by 2. We'll see who the reliever is going to be. Just a moment. Let's see what we have on the mound taking place. Why the pitcher angle is so close. And so the Phillies are going to bring in Seth Johnson, who also has an ERA over 6. And Tucker comes in and swings at the first pitch for a strike. And looks at the next one for a strike. Now the count's 0-2. And the next pitch, called a ball, but the catcher's going to challenge it. And the challenge is successful. So Tucker strikes out on 3 straight pitches. So that brings up Teoscar Hernandez, who last time legged it out. I was glad to do so. I haven't had a chance to see whether it was ruled an infield hit or not, but I'd give him credit for that. He definitely needs that for some momentum. Hit a chopper that was somewhat slow to shortstop. Trey Turner charged it, but because Hernandez was quick enough out of the box, Trey had to grab it with one bare hand, throw to first base, and it just wasn't in time. Counts 0-2 early to Hernandez. And the next pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. So 3 away here. But the Dodgers once again take the lead. And it's a back and forth, which is not going to end anytime soon, guys. This is how the first couple of games were. This might be somewhere in the middle between game 1, where the Dodgers lost by 3, but it was a 17-run game. And then they won yesterday by 1, and it was a 1-run lead. So Nola is done. But even though the Dodgers had a pitcher up getting loose in the bullpen last inning, Lauer's coming back in. He is not done. He's going to face the always dangerous Bryce Harper, although Harper's batting .257 on the season. But Harper's done some damage against the Dodgers. Swings at the first pitch and misses 0-1. Next pitch misses. Now the count's 1-1. And big curve that gets Harper swinging on that one. Now the count's 2-2. I might have Lauer just starting off this inning because he's facing a left-hander. And if that's the case, it's a successful decision by Dave Roberts because that's a swing and a strikeout. Strike 3. And that is going to be it for Lauer. So pretty solid job for Lauer. A guy who got to the bottom of the sixth and ended up being just a little bit below his ERA and well below the ERA that he had before the Dodgers traded for him from Toronto. And guys patting him on the behind, saying, good job. Now, because there's going to be a better matchup, I'm sure, probably a righty on righty. We'll see in here in a second. Dave Roberts decides to make the move. See if there's any dance party going on. Not much. Like the Dodgers came in, thought about it, and dispersed. Maybe they're going to have a private conference over here with the umpire. Ask him what kind of dance move he likes. I don't know. Meanwhile, it looks like the Dodgers are going to bring in Stewart. So Lauer goes out, giving up 4 hits, having 5 strikeouts, only 1 walk. And Brock Stewart's going to come in and appear in his 12th game. And he only has an ERA of 2.31. 12 strikeouts on the season to 5 walks. He's going to face Bohm, who has been as damaging to the Dodgers in this series as anybody. It's pretty much been at the top of the list, him and Trey Turner. Looks at the first pitch for a strike, 0-1. Next pitch, nicely placed in the far upper corner from Bohm. And he swings and misses for strike 2. 1 away, nobody on base. Next pitch, low and outside for ball 1. Stewart gets ready and delivers the 1-2 pitch to Bohm. And it's hit all the way to the warning track. You can see it curving. I don't know, you should be able to see it on 3D. What we're talking about with the wind that blows on the screen from left to right. So that was aiming for right center, and then it curved towards Kyle Tucker, who was able to make the catch 1 step onto the warning track. One of the cool things about the 3D is the fact that it traces the path of the ball. So Sosa comes up, the number 5 hitter, who's 0 for 2 so far today. Looks at the first pitch for a strike. Stewart looking solid so far. Sosa's only batting .215 on the season. Next pitch, foul tip, and the count is 0-2. And the next pitch is flied, and Sosa drops the bat early, almost like he hit a home run, but the wind is blowing in, and it's so fierce that Paez hardly moves and just makes the catch for the third out. And at the end of 6, it's the Dodgers 5 and the Phillies 3. So next up for the Dodgers is Tommy Edman. And very first pitch hits it into left center for a base hit. And this is what the odds and the statistics predict. That the Dodgers, at this point in the game, against this pitching staff, and look comfortable. And Johnson, pitcher for the Phillies, quickly gets the hook. Konnichiwa if you're joining us from Japan, and hola anywhere in the United States, Central America, South America, or the Pacific. We know that the Dodgers are an international team, and we appreciate you joining us to join them. So Dalton Rushing is going to come up next. He's 2 for 2. with a home run and a double, 3 RBIs tonight. And Meza will be the pitcher. Come in to face him. First pitch catches the edge of the strike zone for strike one. And the next one misses low for ball one. Counts 1-1. And the next pitch misses outside for ball three. And so after this at bat starts with 0-1 count, it is now 3-1. Dalton rushing. Next pitch is lined right at third base. They were shifted over for the perfect spot and caught for the out. And now Shohei Ohtani comes up. Nohokori Nihon. I like to call him Godzilla. But Shohei has not shown the power that we know him for quite a while now. And the first two pitches are outside the strike zone, and the count is 2-0. Defense shifted way over to Ohtani's right because he's a lefty. And he chops this one to Trey Turner at shortstop, who gets it, steps on second base, and then throws to first for the double play. And Shohei hits into a double to end the inning. We go to the seventh inning stretch, and it's the Dodgers 5 and the Philadelphia Phillies 3. So we go to the bottom of the 7th, and Hill's coming up to face Jack Dreyer. Dodgers started the game 2 for 15 and have been 6 for 12 at the plate since. So the first pitch on the way from Dreyer to Hill. And it's in there for a strike. Hill turned around like he was going to bunt and then pulled back. Next pitch in there for a strike, and Hill fouls it off. And now the count's 0-2. Next pitch misses inside for ball 1, and the count's 1-2 to Hill. Hill's 0 for 2 tonight, and he's batting .248 on the season. And if you're joining us, give us a like and a subscribe for tonight's live stream. You can also check us out on the replay later. I always load these videos after the fact to our channel. Hill grounds off over to Freddie Freeman at first base, picks it up quickly, and gets on the base for the first out. We're a new channel, so if you can share, that'd be great too. So with one away, the number 7 hitter, De La Cruz, coming up, who's 1 for 1. And hit a home run earlier. To tie things up for the Dodgers, scored 2 more, and that's where things stand now. And that one swung on and fouled. And the count now was 0-2 to De La Cruz. Next pitch on the way from Jack Dreyer. Misses for a ball, 1-2. Now you can see that the sun is pretty much set and the lights are on. As the next pitch is foul and the count remains. And one of the things we talked a little bit about last night was you can judge how quickly the rain is coming down and how heavily once the sun goes down and the lights are on. You can literally see the raindrops a lot more quickly and easily. They get illuminated. I wonder if you do that in Alaska with the snow. Try to judge whether it's safe to go outside or not. Next pitch on the way. Swung on and missed for strike 3. So Dreyer comes in and instantly delivers a strikeout. That'll bring up Stott, a great hitter who's 1 for 2. And he's batting .253 on the season. First pitch is low for a ball. And now the count's even. Really? We just go. Yeah, otherwise During the winter, you just be inside all the time. Next pitch is grounded to shortstop. Mookie Betts gets over there pretty comfortably and throws to first. And 1-2-3 inning for Jack Dreyer. I like what I'm seeing from Dreyer. And now, after 7, it's the Dodgers 5 and the Phillies 3. Phillies suddenly are down to their final 6 outs. So Andy Pages is going to start this inning for the Dodgers. And he's over 3 tonight. And the Phillies lead Mesa in. And the first pitch is high for ball 1, 1-0. Next pitch, into the dirt for ball 2, 2-0. You know, if there's one more ball or 2 more balls than strikes in a count, this is what we'll often call a hitter's count. As Pages finally gets his first hit of the night and hits it into center field and gives the Dodgers a leadoff runner. And what that means is they know, the hitter, that 1 or 2 more pitches are going to result in a walk, and so the pitcher's got to pitch a little bit more tight, and so they're looking for a great pitch to hit. That's what Pages did there. And he steals now, and they throw it out on second, and it's not in time. So stolen base for Andy Pages. Number 44 looked quick on that one. Freddie Freeman has a 1-0 count. So he's working on a hitter's count. What, you want to come up, Charlie? Okay. He's working on a hitter's count, which is now exactly what you want, 2-0, with a runner in scoring position. And the next one's called a strike, but Freddie Freeman decides to challenge. And the challenge is going to be unsuccessful. Warm one today, huh, Chuck? The toss on the way from Mesa is fouled just left of third base. And the count is 2-2. Hey, Alaska says hi, Chuck. Nobody out. Runner at second. Of course, we'd all love to see the Dodgers, if you're a Dodgers fan, score more here. And the next pitch is a ball, and so now it's full count. And Freeman looks at the next pitch well outside for ball 4. And now the Dodgers, with nobody out, have runners at first and second. And Charlie's 2. Chat wants to know how old you are, Chuck. Happy birthday at the beginning of the summer. What are your stats, huh, Charlie? Today he did about 62 minutes of walking at the Duck Park as Max Muncy's coming up. And it looks like they're going to have a dance-off / conference at the mound. In terms of dog engagement, his ears are super soft. Charlie has a very high engagement average. If it was a batting average, he'd be like an all-star. Constantly, whenever he sees any size dog, especially a small dog, try to pull on the leash to go and say hi to somebody. That average is probably like 950. As they're going to steal, or at least attempt to steal, Andy Pages takes off and goes to third, and they say the throw's in time. And they also ran from first base. That's the microphone, Charlie. Are you going to put your head on the table? Dodgers are going to challenge. I don't know. So Dave Roberts is challenging. And we'll go ahead and zoom over here if we can. See if we can read the body language based on the result. Pages is not going to get off that base until the challenge has been completed. And the challenge is successful. Oh, the Dodgers have an awesome third base coach. He's a legend. And so the steal is good. The pitch was a strike on Muncy, so the count is 0-1. But with both guys going, they now have runners at second and third. The replay shows that Andy Pages just barely beat the tag, and it was a good call to challenge it. Now Muncy swings and pops it really high in the infield, and it's foul, and the Philadelphia Phillies are going to make the catch for the first out of the inning. And it looks like the Phillies are going to make a pitching change. They're going to bring in Kerkering to face Betts. And a whole lot of Phillies come out to the mound. They're kind of tight. Yeah, a little bit of shoulder bumps there. See you later, Mesa. Goodbye, Mesa. So long, Mesa. Check your cubby, Mesa. We'll see you next time we're at school. Let's see if my thing updates quickly. Yes, I love this. This new thing I created, it's coming in clutch. It's updating quickly. We're gonna work on this a little bit more and expand it. Have some other stuff that you guys can take a look at during the course of the game. I just have to polish it a little bit more. I It's like that commercial. I don't drink often, but when I do, I don't code often, but when I do, I do a decent job. So Mookie Betts is going to come up, face Kerkering. And the first pitch misses for a ball. Next pitch is low and inside, and now it's 2-0, and this is what we call that hitter's count. And the next pitch misses for ball 3. So an ultra hitter's count, but you better not swing unless you're 100% sure it's going to be cheese in there for you to take advantage. And Betts makes him work. And it pays off with a 4-pitch walk. So the Phillies bring in a relief pitcher with only 1 out and runners at second and third, and he throws 4 straight balls. And now it's bases loaded for Kyle Tucker, who's 0 for 3 today. First pitch is in there for a strike, catches the edge of the strike zone, and Kyle Tucker is down early, 0-1. I don't know why the 3D's not showing him right now, but it's showing everybody else. Next pitch misses high for a ball, 1-1. Yeah, they're showing Tucker. Next pitch is on the way, and it's hit and flied. It's going to probably be caught in left center, but deep enough for Andy Pages to tag up. He does and comes home to score easily, and now the score is 6-3. And my coding command center updates the score faster than MLB. Woohoo! I don't need it to be faster. I just want it to be accurate and up to date, like real time. So that's really why I'm happy. I'm not trying to show you all something that was true like 5 minutes ago. So Teoscar Hernandez comes up, and there's 2 away. Runners at first and second after the Dodgers tack on another run. And Kerkering, after throwing the first pitch of this at bat as a ball, steps off the mound, tries to resettle himself. Then finally pitches and misses. Now the count's 2-0. So Kerkering kind of struggling here. Next pitch misses, and the trend continues. It'd be a good idea for Teo to just let this next pitch go. Don't stand like you're not going to swing. Kind of does. And that one catches the edge of the strike zone. So now the count is 3-1. That one, not even close. Outside, and another walk from Kerkering. Now the bases are loaded again with 2 outs. And Tommy Edman coming up next. Yeah! Our guy with the highest batting average. Edman already has 2 outs. Third one would be awesome. That would score at least 1, maybe 2, depending. 6-3, top of the 8th, 2 outs. And the bases loaded. For the record, Edman's batting .353 right now. Only 2 home runs on the season, although he's missed most of it. But he doesn't need to hit a home run. It's a great situation for a base hit hitter. His average with runners in scoring position this year is 400. First pitch is fouled off for strike 1. Next pitch on the way, and swung on and missed. Now the count's 0-2. A couple of fastballs from Kerkering. Almost looks angry at what's happened in his brief time on the mound. Those fastballs were each about 99 miles per hour. Count is now 1-2 as a result of that one missing. Catcher in the it's not the catcher up, it's Tommy Edman. And the pitch swung on in line to right center field, and this is going to be hard to get to. There was a big space. 1 run comes home. Edman is booking it around the bases. A second run comes home, make it a third, and Tommy Edman slides into third base for a triple, and they don't even have a chance to throw it and make a play on him. Wow. Wow. He hit it in the perfect spot. Not only hit it dead center, the halfway point between the center fielder and the right fielder, but and they were spread pretty far apart. But that ball lost momentum and slowed down on its way to the fence. And so for that reason, it took them extra long to get to the ball. By the time they picked it up, it was almost like, I don't know if you've ever done this. I don't know how old you are, but when we were young and we were in school, we used to play quarters. So you take quarters, and the game was throw your quarter and have it stop as close to the wall as possible. And whoever did that won and was able to keep both quarters. Well, it was almost like he was playing quarters. And it just stopped really close to the wall because it was hit so perfectly between the 2 fielders, and it lost momentum as it got there. And they couldn't count on the bounce bringing the ball back to them. So now the Dodgers up 9-3. And Dalton Rushing, who's had a night for himself, comes up next. So Kerkering continues to struggle, and they keep him out there. And the hope is starting to diminish for the Philadelphia Phillies. And that one misses. And the count now is 3-2 to Dalton Rushing. And that one catches the strike zone for strike 3, but Dalton Rushing's going to challenge, and that's a silly challenge. Wasn't even close. But he burns that challenge unnecessarily. But boy, I love Tommy Edman. I was talking about how I loved him earlier. I'm talking about it again. He sure delivers. Whatever they ask him to do. And earlier I was just talking about him playing in the field. But whether he starts or he comes off the bench to pinch hit, he's equally as effective. And that was as big a hit as the Dodgers have had tonight. And so now we go to the bottom of the 8th, and it's the Dodgers 9 and the Phillies 3. Thanks for the compliment, chat. What does 45 in September mean? Or jersey number, probably. All right, so the Dodgers are going to bring in Will Klein, it looks like. Captain Redbeard. And the Phillies are down to their last 6 outs. And the beard is a good solid 5 inches, I'd say. Probably closer to 5 inches and 4. And Rafael Marchand's going to come up. 0 for 2 and only batting 100. 103. And the early count to him is 1-1. Next pitch on the way, and check swing foul down the third base side. And the count's 1-2. Next pitch is flied just behind shortstop. And the communication between Mookie and Teo and Max Muncy results in Mookie making that catch. And 1 away. Now Trey Turner comes up, who's surprisingly 0 for 3 tonight. And the first pitch clips that strike zone right on the corner for strike 1. Next pitch on the way from Klein. Shooting for the same spot, but this one misses, and now the count's 1-1. Goes to the well again and misses even further. Now it counts 2-1. Next pitch on the way from Klein inside. Turner does a little dance turn. And needless to say, that misses for ball 3. Now the count's 3-1. Next one's fouled off. Now the count's full with 1 out. Turner looking for his first hit today. Did some serious damage in game 1 of this series. Next pitch misses high and a little bit inside, and that's a walk. So ball 4 sends Turner to first base with 1 away. And the always powerful and league-leading home run hitter, Kyle Schwarber, coming up. First pitch in there. And let's see if Turner's got a good lead. He's just past that cut we were talking about before. Does not go on this one. And the count is 1-1. Next pitch. Fouled off by Schwarber. He was a little late on that one. The count's 1-2. Bryce Harper on deck. Next pitch misses low. Now the count's 2-2. Line's a righty, so needless to say, as the next pitch misses outside, now the count's full. And if he was going to try to throw to first, not only is it more difficult because you have to turn around. You have to take more steps. Like if you were going to do this in your living room, Schwarber lines one hard down the right field side, but it's foul. You'd have to take 3 steps. And you have to step off the rubber that's on the top of the mound to do this. Be able to throw to first. Now, some guys are super quick and they can still throw out guys that have long leads and do that. But it's so much easier and so much more dangerous if you're a lefty. So the pitch, and it's fouled into the ground. Then it bounces up and hits the home plate umpire right in the right kneecap. He's trying to walk it off. I don't know if you noticed Dalton Rushing kind of gave him a little pat on the back. Can the 3D pick up a limp? Looks like it might be able to on some level. Umpire says, thanks, brah. And looks like we're going to be fine. We're going to get back to work on Kyle Schwarber. And the next pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So good job, Will Klein. And that'll bring up Bryce Harper with a runner at first. And 2 outs. Harper is 0 for 3 tonight. He has 21 home runs on the season and 60 RBI. Line starts Harper with a strike. Well placed, right on the corner. Next pitch on the way. Bounces, and it's low and inside. But Harper check swings, and it's a strike. So the count's 0-2. I know I'm a little bit spoiled because when the Dodgers do these kinds of things, I get grumpy. And then when I watch other teams, I'm like, well, it's hard. It's high level of competition. Next pitch misses, and now the count is 1-2. Once again, if you're joining us and you're a Spanish speaker, hola! And if you're joining us from Japan, konnichiwa. Next pitch is high and misses. For ball 2. Count now is 2-2. Wherever you're joining us from, let us know in the chat. And also tell us in the chat who you're rooting for. And the next pitch misses high to Harper. Now it's a full count from Klein. Next pitch on the way from Klein. And that misses as the runner was going. Now Klein is already up to 24 pitches as he kind of looks up at the sky in frustration and takes a short walk to the back of the mound. Got to shake it off. And that's going to bring up Bohm. Two outs, runners at second and first. Bohm is one of those batters that's done some damage against the Dodgers. And the first pitch misses low and outside, 1-0. Not nearly as wet and soggy as last night, a little bit humid. Next pitch, swung on and hit in the gap between first and second base. It's going to roll into the outfield, and looks like the Phillies are going to score another run. So Klein walks 2 people, then gives up a hit. I don't know if this is going to be it for Klein or not. But now the lead is 5 runs. Dodgers 9 and the Phillies 4. And the thing about the Phillies is they have power. They can hit it deep. And the wind, fortunately, has favored the Dodgers tonight with that power. It's been blowing from left to right. And there's been a couple of deep shots that kind of flown sideways or dropped down so that the Dodgers can stay in this defensively. And ultimately do some real damage the last couple of innings at the plate. Most recently, a triple by Tommy Edman with bases loaded. In fact, not only was it triple, it was triple where they couldn't even make a play on it because he hit it in the perfect spot. And maybe now that I'm thinking about it, the wind had a little bit to do with that too. As we were talking about how it was kind of like playing quarters when you're in grade school. And it just slowed down and almost stopped at the wall for the triple. But now Sosa comes up with a little bit of danger here. Tommy Edman actually does a great job getting all the way to the other side of second base, where the shortstop would kind of normally play if it was a batter on the other side. Backhands it and makes the throw for the 3rd out of the inning. And some danger averted by the Dodgers, thanks in part to Tommy Edman's play at the end. Now we've finished 8 innings, and the Philadelphia Phillies are down to their last 3 outs. They score 1, but it's the Dodgers 9 and the Phillies 4. And it looks like the Phillies are going to bring in McFarland. No, not the city, but the person. Although I drove by the city of McFarland last weekend to and from Yosemite. Great weekend going to one of our multiple beautiful national parks. Went to Bass Lake up there, drove past Fresno and McFarland, and then ultimately floated down the Yosemite Valley River, climbed, bouldered to some beautiful falls, Bridalveil Falls. But let's get to Shohei Ohtani. Konnichiwa, Shohei Ohtani. And he hits the first pitch pretty deep. It's going into left center, but the catch is made for the first out of the inning. So, very quiet evening for Shohei. Shohei, early reports today were pretty good that he might be getting closer with that knee inflammation to being able to pitch in the near future. He started this year off wanting to win the Cy Young Award. And for the first quarter of the season, his ERA was below 1. Now it's like about a 1.5 as Andy Pages comes up. But the reports were that he threw about 30 pitches and seemed okay. Obviously, he's playing. And it'd be great to get him back on the mound soon as Andy Pages swings at a ball and fouls it off. So the count now to Pages is 1-1. And the next pitch misses inside, and the count's 2-1 to Andy Pages. Pages finally got a hit his last time up. Now he's 1 for 4, but it looks like one of those early foul balls might have injured the catcher. And he tried to suck it up and wasn't able to. So he's being escorted into the dugout. See if we can try to scan over here and see what's happening with Rafael Marchand. Yeah, the 3D doesn't extend that far, unfortunately. But somebody was actually helping him go down the stairs. And I'm sure what's going to happen is, the way that these stadiums are built, training room and a medical evaluation area is right past the back door, so that anybody that needs medical care can be looked at very quickly. Shouldn't have to walk far. So it looks like Real Muto, who has played before tonight, is going to be back behind the plate to finish this off. And they're showing a couple of replays, but I don't see any major contact made as a result of that foul ball. We hit him in the shin guard, which almost never hurts. And it wasn't even like on the border between the shin guard and the leg. Because I felt both of those things, and those are two very different things. I thought maybe that it caught him on the unprotected part of his leg somewhere. But the replay didn't show that to be the case. So hopefully he's okay. Now Realmuto is going to come in and catch a couple of balls, so he's not going to just be thrown in there cold. Got to not just warm up catching the ball. More importantly, he's got to warm up his arm. He's fortunate that nobody's on base right now, because if there was, I don't know how many pitches they'd give him. I don't know if there's a rule for this. But if they only give him a couple of warm-up pitches to get his arm warm, that's not enough. And I'd send a guy to test his arm right now. Try to steal. So set to recontinue. And Pages versus McFarland continues. And it's grounded to second base. Picked up, throw to first, and Pages was booking it. It actually bounced off of the leg of McFarland. And they say the throw was in time for the out. So 2 away. And that'll bring up Freddie Freeman. Freeman has 2 doubles this evening, 2 for 3. Great to see after his recent struggles. And the first pitch misses for a ball, 1-0. Next pitch also misses. Now it's one of those hitters counts where they can kind of sit on something good, knowing that the pitcher is feeling a little bit of pressure to throw a strike. And more often going to throw it to the middle. The pitch, line to right field, and another hit for Freddie Freeman. So 3 hits on the day, and does the Dodger dance, of course. I was quick on the draw. Slow on the draw to show that to you. I like doing that when I can. And that's going to bring up Max Muncy, who's been kind of a heater. Looks at the first pitch as a ball. I played with a guy when I was younger in baseball who always used to always sweat. And I sweat more than him, so I'm not casting any shade on that guy. As the next pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1. But his sweat generally collected on his top lip. He typically had like a little puddle and a really light mustache there on his top lip. And that was his nickname. Everybody got nicknames on the team. Everybody, every one of us. I don't know if I want to tell you what my nickname was, but his nickname was Heater because of that. And so for the rest of my life, when I think of that, think of our old buddy Tony. And Muncy swings and grounds it to first base. And Bryce Harper picks it up, and Farland covers the way he's supposed to, does his job, and that is the 3rd out. But now, speaking of threes, the Dodgers are 3 outs away from clinching this, as well as the second of 2 3-game series against the Philadelphia Phillies. And speaking of heaters, looks like the Dodgers are going to bring in Edgardo Enriquez to finish this off. This guy routinely throws fastballs over 100 miles an hour. Pitched in 38 games and only has an ERA of 2.25. 38 strikeouts and 17 walks. Only given up 1 home run. Be really good if the middle relievers continue to gradually improve so that we have 2 guys that can close out games. This guy and Tanner Scott. So Rincones Jr. is going to come in 24 games. He has a meager 176 average. And Dalton Rushing is going to come out and talk to Enriquez on how to approach this at bat. So getting ready to load up here. The first pitch is fouled off, and the 3D has not caught up. But Rincones Jr. is not the one hurt. That's supposed to be the umpire. It was fouled off. Oh, he had his hand on his inner thigh just to brace him, because that's what happens when they crouch down. And the ball was fouled into the ground and then up and cracked him in the hand. And what he's trying to do is walk off the pain. But now there's a conference out there that the 3D doesn't pick up accurately, but is going to include. Looks like he's getting smacked around. Oh, this is so random. But in reality, it's the trainer for the Phillies coming out to look at his hand. And you hope it's not broken. Which, begs the question. I wonder if the umpires should be wearing more protection. And the game's kind of close to being over. Those people behind the plate have been taking a beating. I know what that feels like. I've had hand, legs, ball tipped in my face mask, but I would still rather play catcher than any other position. Because you're in the action constantly. But it looks like he's going to suck it up. This old bird's pretty tough behind home plate. Now he's putting his hand behind his back. He's like, heck no, I'm not going to give you a second shot. Oh, yeah, he's looking down at it. And the early counter, Rincones Jr. is 1-1. And he's hoping the umpire, home plate umpire, this game's just going to get over quickly, and he'll soak his hand in ice water, put it in ice. Next pitch misses well inside for a ball. Now the count's 2-1. Next pitch on the way is well low and outside the strike zone. Now the count with no outs is 3-1. Next pitch, line to the right, but foul. Rincones Jr. looking for something. That one caught the edge of the strike zone, but when your batting average is this low, you're not going to be content to just get a walk, because that doesn't help your batting average at all. You want to be able to stay in the majors and not get sent down to the minors. And it looks like the umpire's hand is... I'm not seeing swelling from here. Ooh, now they have actually a close-up of it, and he's got it upside down, but it looks like there's a lump there. The count is 3-2. Pitch on the way from Enriquez. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Jammed him up inside. one away. Phillies now decide to bring in Brandon Marsh as a pinch hitter. Enriquez trying to close this out. The first pitch is wide for ball one. Marsh gets inserted in the 7 spot. As the next pitch is fouled, and that evens the count to 1-1. The Phillies would really need a string of hits here. Their only hope would be to get back to the top of the order, which is where most of that power resides. Next pitch, in there for a strike, and the count's 1-2. And the next pitch just misses. And the count now to Marsh is 2-2. Next one is swung on and grounded for a base hit into right field. And so Marsh does a nice job getting a pinch hit. Pinch hitter with a pinch hit. And it's got to start somewhere. That's going to bring up Bryson Stott, who is 1 for 3 tonight. Stott's one hit was a double. And he's batting .252 on the season. First pitch slipped out of Enriquez's hand, and that was an obvious ball. Way outside. Perhaps I don't see him throwing more heaters at these guys. Next pitch is in there for a strike, 1-1. That one was a cutter, 96 miles an hour. And the pitch, fly to right center. Looks like Andy Pages is going to get over there in time, and he does. Make the catch, and the second out of the inning. And now JT Realmuto comes in for what might be the last out of this 3-game series. JT wasn't planning on playing until the first catcher went out injured. Three good games. 3 very different games between these two teams. It'd be fun to watch them play in the playoffs. And the runner goes from first to second, and Dalton Rushing just lets him go. With a 5-run lead. And if I was Dalton, I probably wouldn't throw either. Because Dalton's not great at throwing down. The last thing he needs is the stats to show that another runner stole on him. Plus, if he throws it wrong and goes into the outfield, that keeps the small amount of hope that the Phillies have alive. It puts them closer to getting another run. But the early count to Realmuto is 1-1. Next pitch misses outside for ball 2. Pitch is hit to short, and Mookie Betts jumps but can't quite reach. and gets over his head into the outfield for a base hit. And the Phillies stay alive as the runner scores from second. A nice job by Marsh coming in a pinch situation, getting a hit, stealing second, and then scoring from second. And don't look now, but now the Phillies are only down by 4, although there are 2 outs. But Trey Turner's up. And Trey has 14 home runs on the season. I don't know. If Trey Turner gets on base, I bring in Tanner Scott. Not mess around. Especially with Schwarber on deck. Starts Turner with an 0-2 count, though. And the next pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. So Enriquez comes in and gets the job done. A little bit of late excitement, but nothing too serious. And that is an awesome, awesome thing to see the Dodgers do after struggling coming into this series. In fact, before yesterday's game, they had lost 5 of the previous 7 games, and now they've won 2 straight. Yesterday, they retook the lead for baseball's best record, and today only helped that effort. Some really good all-around play by the Dodgers. Their starter started off a little bit rough, but stabilized, and that's been a good trend for the starting pitchers for the Dodgers. They have also seemed to settle down and get a little bit stronger with their middle relievers, and the defense, which was making some uncharacteristic errors through a stretch that showed anything but like championship baseball, seems to also stabilize. So that's a good sign for the Dodgers as they go to a day off, and they are now going to be playing the New York Mets starting on Friday. So what that means is that we also have a day off, and I appreciate everybody that has joined us. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you again next time.